Okay, we're here. We're here. I just had to feed the cats super quick. But I got there. And actually, Scout is literally still eating. Oh, I didn't bring my tea in here. Okay, that's fine. I can get it during the first, once we start the first sprint. But yay, hi everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for joining 2 days in a row. Sprinting. How crazy. How crazy is that? Okay. I didn't read any of the help after we finished yesterday, but I knew that. I knew that was going to happen. Because I had another book that I was actively reading. Hi Amelia. Good morning, Anne. But I read more of The Will of the Many yesterday because I am indeed obsessed. And I finished part 2. I'm in part 3, which I think is the last part, but I don't actually know. But today I am editing. I'm going to edit. Thank you, Amelia. Yes. I actually have 2 videos that have been halfway edited for way too long. So my plan is to finish at least one of those. And then maybe make some progress on the other one. That would be great. But yeah, I've been filming. I just haven't been editing, which happens to me sometimes. I get in editing slumps. There's reading slumps and then there's editing slumps. Good morning, Sam. Yay, I'm so glad you all are here. And thank you for encouraging me to even do this. Also, I just showered, so my hair is still wet. Hi. Yay. Oh my gosh, so many faces from yesterday. Or I guess names. I guess I can't see your faces. Oh. But what are you all doing? Are you reading? Are you being productive? Are you eating? And if so, what are you reading? What are you working on? What are you eating? Okay, Scout just finished her food. So I'm going to put that up and let the kittens in because they're freaking out right now. Scout just immediately stole my seat. I have been loving, though, The Will of the Many still. Actually, and I did read a little bit of Frederick Bachman yesterday, too, My Friends. And I got to, I think, 80 pages in because I had some Spotify hours left. I did not realize how few Spotify hours I had left. So I started listening to the audiobook because it's the same narrator that does all of his books, and I really like her. But I ran out of hours instantly. So I made it a little bit further into the book, but not much. Nutella iced latte. Thank you so much for letting me know what you're having. And continuing the bombshell. Nice. Oh my gosh, 60 pages left of Great Big Beautiful Life. Wow. Oh my gosh. You read so much of this just in our reading sprints. That's awesome. Reading The Lilac People by Milo Todd. I don't know if I know that one. Can I just say, you all had me adding so many books to my Storygraph to read list yesterday. Because I went back and looked at it and I was like, this is unhinged. I'm never going to be able to read any, all of these books. But it's good though, because then I can, when I'm in a bookstore and I want to just buy a book to support, when I'm traveling, that's how I do it. Then I have that as an option. Okay. Ooh, set in 1932 Berlin, a trans man named Birdie and his friends spend carefree nights at the El Dorado Club, the epicenter of Berlin's thriving queer community. This sounds really good. Also, you don't see a lot about trans people, you don't see a lot of books with trans main characters that are set. You don't see a lot about trans main characters at all, but especially that is set in 1932. Or in that time period. That sounds really good. Oh no, airplane mode didn't save me yesterday. I now put the physical copy on hold because I can't get the ebook again for 21 weeks. The waiting list is insanely long. Oh, oh my gosh. Yeah. Dang. So how close did you get to the end before before you could no longer read the book? I'm going to read your April spin now. Good. Nice. Oh, that stinks though. I need to check in on where my library loans are because I know that I've got some that are coming up. Like, oh, we talked about, I don't think I ever said this, but like during one of the live shows, we talked about Tom Lake, and you guys told me that Meryl Streep did the audiobook, and then I put a hold on it immediately. So I've actually gotten through 25% of the book. And then I extended my loan, which was fine because it was just like available. So I am reading that or listening to that, and I'm loving it. Meryl Streep is doing a great job. Like, I don't even want to listen to it fast because I just want to listen to like her. Okay. Actually, not bad. My loans are not bad. Do you have like a set of 20 books that you just continually are like postpone? Maybe not 20. That's an exaggeration. Like 5 books. I've got like 5 books that constantly come up and I'm like, I'm not ready yet. And I guess I really should just stop because I clearly don't want to read them right now. I should just be like, okay, cancel hold. And then I'll put a hold in later when I want to read them because it makes me feel bad every time when I'm not ready. But just at a certain point, I thought that's going to be one of the next books I read. So I want it on the list. And then it wasn't. I have a few like that, especially because I try to time my physical reads with when I have the audiobook as well, just so that I can have it on my Kobo and physically, and ideally as an audiobook if I can. So that happens a lot for books that I actually own. One of those books is Vicious by V.E. Schwab, which I've been doing since before I started the trilogy that I just read by V.E. Schwab. And then there's another one too that is always coming up. But yeah, I feel bad every time. It's very good. Oh, a potential Booker Prize book next year. Yeah, good thinking. Oh, there was a time when I was really on it with with trying to read the potential books, but I think I'm just going to wait until whatever's on the long list is on the long list. Yeah. I think yeah. I always want to. I love the idea of going into it having read some of the books. And like there's always a chance, but it's not a very big chance if I'm not actively trying. I think I had 30 pages left. Oh, but it was our own fault. After our spin, I stopped reading for a bit, and that was a mistake. Yeah, I said that I was going to finish that chapter of The Help because I was like right at the end of it, and I didn't. I just didn't. I don't know what it is about. Like, okay, the reading sprint's over. Like, I could easily just sit there for another like 2 seconds, but I didn't. Hi. Yeah, hi to the Netherlands. Afternoon where you are. Yeah, it is 8:40 a.m. here. Which is, it's funny. I actually wake up and like I start doing these sprints earlier than I start my work days because I don't start until 9. And I think that that's, I don't know, kind of funny. But I was, for a while after moving to Denver, I was still working on East Coast time, which is 2 hours ahead of here. So I was starting work at 7. So this used to be like a late start for me. And now it's earlier than my regular work day. Can't decide whether to read Will of the Many or Emperor of Gladness during my week off this week. I mean, I would say The Will of the Many, but that's obviously what I'm going to say. So, but like, it's so good. It's so much fun. Especially having a week off to read it. That would have been ideal. I really, in some unrealistic corner of my brain, I feel like I'm going to finish this today. I don't think that that's actually going to happen. But I've made it under where I have under 200 pages left. So like it's possible. Like I definitely can. I mean, I could read a lot more than 200 pages in a day, but I have other stuff going on too. But my vote is for Will of the Many. I do exactly the same, but sometimes I just borrow them. And if I don't read them, it still helps the library out. That's true. I have done that. Sometimes I'll borrow it. I'm like, maybe at some point during these 21 days, I'll just be able to read this. And then when it gets to the end of it, it's like, do you want to put another loan in? Because you clearly haven't read this book. I'm like, yes. Yes, I would like to do that. Thank you. 4:40 p.m. right now. Nice. Okay, so this is ending out your day, which makes sense. It is a holiday here in the US. It's Memorial Day, which basically means nothing. I mean, it means a lot of people like go and do like weekend long trips in places. And it also means that like summer activities are starting. I've learned this in places where there's seasons in the US. Memorial Day weekend is like the unofficial start of summer, even though technically, like date wise, summer hasn't started yet. But next weekend is when we get our farmers market starting. We get yoga in the park starting, and just like a bunch of other like recurring weekly summer things. Jazz at City Park. Oh my gosh, I love Jazz at City Park. They do free jazz concerts in the park, and there's food trucks, and it's great. I want to start reading Intermezzo. I have not read Intermezzo. I read Normal People by Sally Rooney, and then I just never read anything else by her. I didn't dislike it. I just didn't, I don't know. I felt so ambivalent about it that I just didn't care to continue. We have seasons in New Hampshire, but it's hardly correct. 50 degrees all month. Do the summer activities still start at the same time or no? Actually, it's been very cloudy here. Let's see. Yeah, today right now it's 52 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's only going to get to 59. But aside from the rainy days, we've generally been getting into the 70s Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is in Celsius. So very sorry. I could look that up. 21 is 70. 21 degrees Celsius is 70 Fahrenheit for all you Celsius users. My cats are having a time. Ooh, another book prize potential is My Documents by Kevin Nguyen. My Documents. I also haven't heard of this one. See, I should be doing this. I should be looking at the lists that are like, these might be on the list. Oh, I really like this cover. I don't know if you can hear the rustling of leaves, but here I can just, it's just my cats going crazy over there. And now Zuko's now on top of the bookshelf, like way over here. I don't know if my camera can turn that far. But yeah, we have a cat tree that has like little leaves on it, and it rustles like crazy. I remember going to the beach on Memorial Day a few years ago, and the weather was perfect, 70 degrees. Yeah, that would be nice. It would have been nice to go. Well, we went to a barbecue on Saturday at a friend's house, and it was like overcast the whole time, and it did like downpour in the middle of it. But she has like a big enough inside like area and like very open layout, so we were all able to like hang out inside, and it was fine. But yeah, I don't think I stepped outside once during that barbecue. A couple of people did, but I did not. I hated Normal People and found conversations with friends only okay. So I don't think Greenie is for me. Yeah, that's the feeling I get, because the thing I was ambivalent about in Normal People was really like their writing style. Like I didn't particularly like it. I didn't hate it. I would say it was probably like on the lower end of meh. So yeah, that's how I'm feeling. So I don't know if I'll read another one. Maybe if a synopsis like really grabs my attention, then I would try. We pretend it's summer. Nice. Yeah, it is so crazy actually, because I lived in the Midwest for a while. I lived in Indianapolis, and it is crazy to me how I feel like Colorado is more associated with winter because, like, the main thing here is skiing and snowboarding, the Rocky Mountains, how much it snows here and all of that. But I feel like like, the weather here really sticks to, like, where our seasons actually are. Like, when it's spring, like, it is truly spring, and I felt like that was not the case for Indianapolis. I felt like it was, like, it would, like, play with winter during fall, but you would never get, like, the nice fall weather, and then it would be like, boom, winter. Hi, Sarah. Just finished filming a chapter unhaul video. Oh my gosh, I'm thinking about literally doing the same thing, which took a lot longer than I thought it would be. That is so funny. I have I have books that I marked forever ago that as like what I would use for that video that I think like maybe I would want to unhaul, but I want to try. It's mostly books I got out of little libraries. Like let's be honest. um but that's great. And yeah, because I did try a chapter video at one point, and I think I only did like 5 books for it, but it took way longer than I expected. When you're just thinking like, oh, it's just like 5 chapters, but then I don't know, there's something about it. I totally understand. I'm looking forward to seeing it though. Hopefully you're able to find some good unhauls. Yes, kitty zoomies. I love kitty zoomies. It's also because I didn't take Scout's dish all the way to the kitchen. I hide it on my bookshelf if I need to like stay in here, especially if like I'm on a meeting at work and my headphones like to have a cord and I can only make it so far. So I'll hide the dish there. So I'll take it when we start a sprint. But now they're like, I smell food. Where is it? Because they love getting Scout's food, which is funny because she loves getting their food. But she's an old lady. She gets different food. It is overcast and looks like it could rain in my part of the UK. My cats would love the cat tree. It's honestly so great. We got them another smaller one that sits by the kitchen, that they sit on now whenever they're waiting to be fed. But yeah, they absolutely love it. We do have to like tighten it pretty regularly. Because I think it just like loosens up over time, but I think that's more of a testament to like how insane they go on it rather than anything else. But when we were just taking the shelves out of the box and they like already had the little leaves on them, they were like obsessed with it already. Because they love like hiding and pouncing out of it and everything. But yeah, and actually the company that makes them is in Florida, which is funny because we didn't get it until after we had moved here. My 2 cats were having the zoomies earlier, but now they're taking a nap. Yeah, once I take the food away, my cats will take a nap. But Zuko's still just like trying. He's trying his best. His gears are turning. I can see them. It's 20 degrees Celsius here, and I'm happy about that. Really don't want to have a summer like last year, and AC is not a thing in private apartments here. Yeah, I've heard that for a lot of parts of Europe. And actually, even here, not so much in Denver now, but still in like Boulder, which is more in the mountains. There's still a lot of apartments there that don't have central AC, and some don't even have like window unit ACs. So yeah, I I can't imagine, because I mean I'm sure it's like worked really well for a long time, but obviously like things are getting hotter. I wasn't overly enamored with the first 2, but I really liked Beautiful World, Where Are You? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. The characters are a bit older and more mature, so I bought Intermezzo to try. That one, I was very close to giving into FOMO to when that one came out. I remember everybody reading it. Hi, Stephanie. Welcome. I'm glad you could join us again today. It's 18 degrees Celsius here right now, but we'll get rain the upcoming couple of days. Yeah, we've got rain forecasted until I think Wednesday, and then it gets sunny again. Although whenever it rains here, we usually do still get like some time of sun as well. I think I don't know, when you take the train from or the tram at the airport and the mayor comes on and talks to you to welcome you to the city, he always talks about how it's 300 or over 300 days of sunshine here, which is a lot. And also crazy because they call Florida the Sunshine State. I get way more sun here than I ever got in Florida. It rains so much in Florida. I mean, it makes sense. It's like a tropical atmosphere environment. And so you get like the afternoon, like torrential downpours all the time. Also, it turns out I've already turned into a baby about driving in the rain. I used to be like so chill about it because I had to do it all the time in Florida. And then it rained on the way back from the barbecue and I was driving and I was like, like I don't know what has become of me. I've forgotten everything I knew about being a Floridian. As for Sally Rooney, I really enjoyed reading Normal People, so I hope I'll like Intermezzo just as much or even more. Yeah, I think that generally the people that like do enjoy Sally Rooney's writing really liked Intermezzo. So I feel like you're probably in safe territory. My hubby's cat loves stealing my cat's food too. It's not like they're being starved. I know. So I don't know if it's just a case of this is not my usual food, so I must have it. Yeah, actually, when the kittens eat, so Zuko and Klaus, I call them the kittens. They're over 2 years old now. But they're my differentiator between them and Scout, who's 15. But when the kittens eat, Zuko stops eating before he's like fully done, and then like Klaus will clean his plate, but then still whenever like I open the door to where Scout eats, he's like, I gotta find if there's any crumbs. Like he's been starving. But yeah, totally doesn't make sense. It's 60 degrees Fahrenheit in New York and I'm so excited to read outside. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've been reading outside a lot, especially in the mornings. It's been amazing. Hi, Rachel. Oh, everybody say hi to Rachel. Can confirm no AC at my place in Boulder. Yeah, I was like, I feel like we talked about this even. Hopefully today you shouldn't be too hot, but hopefully as June, July come around, you won't be too hot. Last summer, I couldn't get my apartment under 30 degrees Celsius at night for the whole summer. Okay, I just need to do a quick conversion so I know just how much to freak out. 86 degrees? Oof. Oof. That is really warm. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't even want that during the day, let alone when I sleep. And I feel like generally we span like a large range. Like we try to keep it a lot warmer in the summer and a lot cooler in the winter, and we just like dress accordingly. But not that warm. Like absolutely not. I have a kitty stroller, but only one will let me put him in it. He goes crazy when I get it out. I think that Zuko would be like that because we've thought about I feel like Zuko, you could put him on a leash and walk him around and he'd be totally chill about it. But then I feel like the other cats will get jealous. And I know I can't trust them. And also I know Klaus would hate it. Like he's terrified of people. So once he figured out what was actually going on and that there's like other people out there in the world, he would be terrified. And also I get worried that Zuko would just beg to go outside all the time if we started that precedent. But we do, when we move to like a house at some point in our lives, we're planning on like making a nice catio for the cats. My mom did have a stroller for her cat though. But she has another cat now. And that cat's like part feral though. I don't think she's a great representation. That's a long story how they got that cat. But I'm glad the cat has somebody looking after her now. And she's spayed. But my parents took her in to get spayed. See, I told you it was a long story now. I'm like telling half of it. Then my parents took her in to get her spayed, and then they have to like test to see if the cat's pregnant like beforehand. And turns out she was, and like about to have the kittens. So like all of a sudden my parents were fostering 3 kittens and also this like feral cat, which they got the kittens adopted out once they were old enough and everything. And now they still have the mom cat. But that cat would not go in a stroller. They barely got that cat in a cat carrier. And I have my mom called me while I was about to go on a hike. I was like walking to the hike. She calls me and she's like, I don't know what to do. We can't get Sunny in the cat carrier. And like, we're about to leave for like months and everything. And I had to talk them through it, which I didn't know what to, I mean, my cats are pretty chill, so I feel like, it's easy for me. But that was fun. Hi everyone. It's looking like a lovely, great November day in Ireland. Nice. Just a little early. Just a little early for a lovely, gray November day. Oh, it looks like Zuko's settling. He loves that sunflower. I got that back out for this time of year. My plan was to crochet a bunch of seasonal pillows, and I only did 2. I did the sunflower and I have a pumpkin. I'll eventually make more, but Zuko is obsessed with that sunflower. I want to get a stroller for my cats, but I'm afraid they would freak out. Yeah. There is somebody here that walks their cat on a leash too. So I'm like, I mean, I'd be one of the weird people, but I wouldn't be the only weird person walking my cat. My mom and I are taking care of an outdoor cat for the first time. Oh, that's so sweet. Yeah, I feel like that's outdoor cats are how people become cat people. That's definitely how it happened for my parents. The first cat they ever had, they like randomly found. Actually, technically, they had 2 cats when I was very young, but they were like outdoor cats that they had started taking care of, and that was like before they knew that like you should get them like spayed and neutered and everything to like try to control that population. But they were more outdoor cats than they were anything else. And then when I was in high school, and I remember because I went to boarding school for high school, but I was home on spring break, and there was a cat that my parents found while they were out on a walk, and they just like come back home with him. I was just like hanging out in the house, and they come back with this cat, and I like made posters. I put the worst picture that I could possibly get of that cat on those posters because I really wanted my parents to keep him. His name was Sylvester, and he was amazing. And the people that owned him did end up calling. They recognized him, unfortunately. No, it was fortunate because they were like, yeah, we can't really take care of him. He's like too he and his brother go too crazy with each other in the house, so we have to like keep him outside, but he really doesn't want to be an outdoor cat. Like he loves people, and he very clearly did. So my parents got to keep him, and he was very happy as an indoor cat. And actually he and Scout lived together for some time. And it went surprisingly well because Scout after that turned into a cat that like hated other cats until we got these cats, and now she's chill again. It took a long time though to get to where these dummies were all chill with each other. Hi Lily, welcome. One of my cats had to have sedation to get her into the cat carrier. Oh, and the other one would be the same, so I can sympathize with your mom. Yeah. Yeah, she sent me pictures afterwards of like the scratches on her hands. Oh, yeah. Yep. A crochet beach ball would be perfect for this summer. Oh my gosh, that would be cute. Yeah, I was thinking of doing, there's like a lot of like succulent designs, which I really like, but then they blend in so much with like the greens that I already have going on in this room that I don't know if it's like too much green. But a beach ball, that's a good idea. Okay, let's get to it. It's time. Oh my gosh, we chatted for like 30 minutes. Okay, yeah, it's definitely time. I need to get some editing done. But I hope you all enjoy your reading or your productivity or whatever you're doing. And we will, let me pull up the timer. How about, that's a good idea. It just feels like, because I was doing this yesterday, it feels like everything should already be exactly set up the way that I do it. Let's see. There we go. Okay, we're good. Just finished a graphic novel, When Stars Are Scattered. Would recommend. I think it's great to read with children. Interesting. When Stars Are Scattered. I'll have to look that up. I just got a new graphic novel actually. Ginseng Roots. That looks really good. But perfect rainy day here. Can't wait to settle in with a book. Reading Jurassic Park for a book club. Oh, yay. I love Jurassic Park. That's one of my favorites. Definitely my favorite Michael Crichton. And The Lost World, also very good. One of the few times I feel like a book or a like duology from that time period had a good follow up. Okay. Happy reading, everybody. See you in 40 minutes. Okay, that actually went by so fast. How did everybody do? I feel like I have to stretch after doing one of those. I don't know what it is. I made some good progress. There were definitely like things that I had to figure out that I knew I was gonna have to figure out, but I felt like were preventing me from jumping back in because I just didn't want to. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's the stress of the unknown, not fear of the unknown, stress of the unknown, which is something that I hardcore struggle with. Like when I have a project for work and there are like too many question marks and I know I could figure them out. I don't know who I'm gonna have to talk to yet and like all this kind of stuff, like or what I'm gonna have to look up or whatever. Then I just like don't even want to get started. And that was how I felt about some of these things. And I feel like I figured some of those things out. So even though I didn't get a ton of the way through, it's okay. Oh, your daughter read When Stars Are Scattered in School and loved it. Nice. Hello, welcome in. Yay, productive. Read 44 pages. Nice. I'm reading Love and Exile by Sean Fay, and my heart hurts in the best way. Oh. Okay, and you're also reading Is Mother Dead, but not in the mood for that right now. Totally fair. I assume this is for Sarah of Your True Shelf. I'm reading The Mourner's Bestiary. That's not bestiary, right? That's bestiary. What is that? I don't know if I've ever seen this word before. A descriptive or anecdotal treatise on various real or mythical kinds of animals, especially of medieval work with a moralizing tone. What? Did that make sense to anybody? Okay, hold on. We're looking Merriam-Webster. A medieval allegorical or moralizing work on the appearance and habits of real or imagined. Okay, it's bestiary. I'm just saying it wrong. So I do know the word. I guess I never knew how it was spelled. I put away clean washing and got another load on while listening to Tomorrow and Tomorrow and Tomorrow. Nice. Yeah, I went to the thrift store a couple days ago and I need to do the whole like vinegar wash thing to get the thrift store smell out of the clothes. And I'm really excited about the clothes. And then this morning I was like, oh, I can wear some of my new clothes. And I'm like, nope, I can't. They still smell like thrift store. Need to get on that. I think I like Love and Exile more than All About Love by Bell Hooks. Oh, wow. Ooh, okay. Oh, I'm listening to Mourner's Bestiary on my commute. Nice. Oops. Absolutely loving it. Good. Yay. It's a memoir with chronic health and ocean health parallels. Oh, wow. Whose memoir? Got another book to look up. I didn't know it was nonfiction. That is a good memoir. When you don't know a memoir is nonfiction, very good. Right? That's what I was thinking. So I was like, this must be a different word. It reads like fiction rather than memoir. Absolutely love it. Oh, that's great. What is everybody's favorite memoirs? If you could please share. Mine is Chanel Miller's Know My Name. So good. It's so good. It is actually a crime that I don't own that book. I only read 6 pages. English is my second language, and I'm quite tired at the moment. Fair. So it's hard to get into a literary novel right now. Might switch to something a little bit easier. Yeah, I can only imagine what it would be like to read a book that's not in your first language while you're tired. Yay. And Oh, these are the memoirs. I was like, what the hell are people posting? Like, why don't I understand any of these comments? I literally just ask a question and you're answering. Ah, okay. This is who that memoir is about. Right. And then these are the others. Just Kids, Patti Smith. Ooh, okay. Yeah, a Patti Smith memoir does sound great. A Flat Place. And it seems like you're pretty passionate about this one. Moving through empty landscapes, naming complex trauma. I like how I literally just said that you guys gave me too many recommendations last sprint. Literally yesterday. And now today I'm like, give me more. I'm asking now for specific recommendations. But this is important. I feel like I've read some good memoirs, but Educated by Tara Westover is so good. It was pronounced bestiary in the audio. Okay, maybe it was auto-correcting me when I was Googling. Nope. Or maybe it's pronounced differently in different places. Who knows? I thought it was bestiary, but maybe it is bestiary and it's just bestiality. Weird word that I didn't think I'd say on the stream today. My pizza is almost ready though, so if I disappear for a bit, it's because I'm eating dinner with the boyfriend. Totally fine and very understandable. Oh my gosh, I am so excited I just planned this with my friends. We're having hopefully this seems exciting to other people. We're having a Mary-Kate and Ashley watching marathon where we're gonna watch a bunch of their movies and order pizza because obviously. And now every time I think about pizza, I think of this night that I have coming up, or this full day really that I have coming up. So secondary question, did you watch Mary-Kate and Ashley growing up? And what was your favorite movie? I think mine was Passport to Paris, but also It Takes Two it's just classic, isn't it? I need to read A Flat Place maybe in June. Didn't read a word, was doom scrolling instead, but I turned my phone off now. Yep. Yeah, that is a true hard time. There was a stream that I was in. I think I've mentioned this before in one of mine, but I was in Alan's stream, Library of Alexandria. Every time I have a hard time saying it. It's a great channel name. But he does productivity sprints, and he mentioned in one of his that he downloaded Screen Zen, which is just one of those apps. There's like a million that does it. Where you can like have your phone like before it opens the app be like, hey, are you sure? And so I have mine do that, and it just like it gives me 5 seconds before I open Instagram where it's like, are you sure you want to do this? And actually I only have that going during the work days, but for the reels inside of Instagram, I have that going all the time. So I'd have to really want to watch something to like actually wait the time to do it. And a lot of times I'm like, you know what? No, I don't actually really want to watch this right now. I'm so passionate about A Flat Place and feel so connected to the author. I also stealth DX her. Is that like I can't think of the word. Words are so hard. Prescribe. That's not the word I'm trying to think of. With autism. Nice. Bibliophobia. Is this another memoir? It is. Oh, and it's by a Sarah. This is more options for. We talked about this in like a couple lives ago. Me possibly doing a reading blog where I just read books by Sarah's. We have another contender. I think it's a regional accent thing. I'm going to assume this is a hell yes in response to Mary-Kate and Ashley. I'm pretty sure there's just 2 of the girls that like we're getting together to do this, me and one other girl that are like super, super excited about it. And then the rest are like, yeah, cool. We'll get together and like hang out and that'll be fun. The other two of us are like, which movies are we watching? I'm reading a little every morning, but I'm enjoying the Mark Twain biography by Ron Chero. Not sure how to pronounce that last name, but yeah, you know what? A little bit of every morning of nonfiction is like my favorite way to read nonfictions. And really like the only way I can read nonfictions. I'm actually slightly terrified in TBR Spin for when I have 2 nonfictions on there. And I'm worried for when I get them because I don't know how I'm just going to read that. Not so much the Henrietta Lacks, because I feel like that'll be a little bit more, I don't know, story based, but the new Jim Crow, that's one I always envisioned would be one of those that I would read a little bit every morning, but now it's on my TBR Spin. So we'll see how that goes when that eventually comes out. Chanel Miller, 100%. Long live the tribe of fatherless girls. Yes, Chanel, that's Know My Name, right? I love. That's a different title. Oh my gosh, I'm so dumb. Just ignore me. Ignore me. Okay. I have so many new books. I love the title of this one, Long Live the Tribe of Fatherless Girls. Oh, How to Say Babylon. I've heard a lot about that one. Yeah, I really just should. I just should, and Waterfall of Stars. That is the best idea. Yes. I mean, those movies are meant to be watched at like a sleepover in your pajamas, but we're really just doing it as an all day thing because we're adults and we don't often do sleepovers when you live in the place. But yes, I'm very actually my friend is getting a DVD player specifically because she has several of the movies on DVD still. And I was talking to her about it and I was like, yeah, we're gonna have to figure out like what sites we can get these from and everything. And she was like, oh no, I just need to get a DVD player. And I was like, you are kidding, you still have DVDs, but you don't have a DVD player? I mean, technically we have the extended cut Lord of the Rings trilogy on DVD, and that's the only DVDs we have. But I think that Curtis's like PlayStation or Xbox or something plays them. So that's fine. We also have them like digitally though. So that's typically that's like a yearly rewatch thing. But yeah, actually maybe I can just bring over Curtis's PlayStation or something. We'll see. Tuesdays with Morrie. That one so this is such a weird thing. I think it was that book. Hold on. I want to check myself before I say this anecdote. Okay, I was thinking about something completely different. I do want to read Tuesdays with Morrie. I was thinking about a different book. Never mind. That would have been a very irrelevant anecdote that had nothing to do with this book. Nazis Knew My Name by Magda Hellinger and Maya Lee. Ooh. Kind of a frightening title, honestly. Oh, Wild by Cheryl Strayed. I have read that one and I did really like it. Grew up with the Olsen twins, still have some of the movies on DVD. Yeah, same. Absolutely loved it. Wild made me want to backpack and now I do. Oh, nice. Yeah, it definitely made me want to get back into it because I had done it. And then after reading it, I like went and bought another tent and a better backpack. But now that backpack is very old again, and it's okay for like one night. It's not okay for much else. But yeah, actually, I think Curtis and I are gonna go camping tomorrow night. We're doing like a little test. He's He wants to go for a moto camping trip, which is basically just like camping, but you're like using your motorcycle. So he wants to like make sure he can like pack up all of his stuff, and then I would be driving separately because I have to work in the morning. But it just like occurred to me that like I wake up early enough that I could easily like go camping and then like come home and work the day afterwards if I wanted to. Because we're not far from a ton of great campsites. So I think we're gonna try that. And if it doesn't work, then I've also said that like, oh, if you want to go camping in the middle of the week, because he doesn't have to worry about waking up for work the next day, then I could always like come hang out and like read and have dinner at the campsite and everything, but then like go home to like actually sleep if it doesn't work out with me waking up early. But I wake up with enough time anyway, like the time that I typically wake up at home, that I would be able to drive home from, like a 45-minute away campsite, which is the furthest probably that we would find. Ages for Hawk is one of my favorite memoirs. I hear a lot of great things about that. I'm at a 50-50 fiction nonfiction split. I just like learning stuff. That's really good. I was at the beginning of the year. I read so much nonfiction in the beginning of this year, but then it kind of fell off, and I've been just like on a really big fantasy kick. But I'm sure that will pick up again. I have a lot of nonfiction that I'm like this close to picking up at all times. The new Jim Crow is really good. Yeah, I hear the best things about that. I'm very excited about it. For the year and for all time. Is this another memoir? Or is this just something you're saying? I assume that's about the 50-50 fiction nonfiction split. A really good nonfiction was The Story of a Heart by Dr. Rachel Clark. I have not heard of that one. Sorry if you're just hearing like a lot of typing sounds. I feel like that's what a lot of this is. Usually I look this up on my phone because of that, but now I've got like my Mac right here, which is what I edit on. Okay. Oh, Gem of Books did a video on it. I still have VHS copies of them, which I refuse to get rid of, even though I don't own a VCR. That's dedication. I'm pretty sure that instead of making the decision to like get rid of that stuff, I just left all of that with my parents. It's like, these are your VHSs. I don't want to know what happens with them. So they for sure have gotten rid of them. But in my mind, they still exist in the house they no longer own in Florida. I have fallen prey to the special edition Criterion DVDs that are expensive but so worth it. Annual sales are such a godsend, and you can stack coupons and discount codes. Nice. Got 6 for the price of 2. Wow, that's awesome. That's great. My idea of camping is a hotel without room service. Fair. Everybody has their own version of camping, right? Oh, I'm so excited. I think it's been almost a year since I slept in a tent. I miss it. I also get so much reading done when I go camping. And I feel like I have better feelings about whatever book I'm reading when I go camping, if that makes sense. Like, I think it's just because like you envision like the atmosphere that you read the book in. So I read the what was it? Royal Assassin while camping. And that just was it. No. It was the last book. It was the last book in that trilogy. So not Royal Assassin. Assassin's Quest, which is great because he was going on a quest and I was camping, which is its own kind of quest. And we were doing like long hikes. We were meant to go backpacking and actually like backpack in, sleep somewhere, and backpack out. But so we carried our backpacks the entire time there with everything that we needed. But there were fires going on in that national forest that year. And like during that time, and it was very far away, like we were safe, like we weren't going to get caught up in the fire, but the smoke like came and settled in the valley that we were going to be camping in. So we just backpacked in, looked at it, put our feet in the water, ate our food, and then we backpacked right back out, carried all of our stuff out, and then had to find a different campsite. I'm reading much more fiction this year than I usually do. Ooh, I really feel the urge to pick more nonfiction again. Yeah, there's a few that I'm very excited about, especially Everything is Tuberculosis. I haven't picked up yet. Which, funny enough, Rachel's here, and we went and saw John Green together for Everything is Tuberculosis. Yes, the reading setting matters so much. It like changes everything. I'm more likely to enjoy a book if I'm reading it outside in general, but if I'm reading it while camping or on vacation, oh my gosh. Sometimes I think that's why I like Jurassic Park so much. I read that while I was on vacation, and I just like have memories of sitting next to a pool reading that and loving it. Also, I'm wearing the shirt that I got the day that we saw John Green. How funny is that? Story of a Heart was my favorite from this year's women's nonfiction list. I need to pay more attention to nonfiction prizes because I feel like I never do. Confession time. I've never been camping, but I'd like to. It's so great. I love it. If you're like nervous about it, my suggestion is just trying to find a campsite that's like close to home so that like worst case scenario, you forget something. Because I think that that's usually what scares people is like forgetting something or not having something that would make you more comfortable and like not being able to sleep or whatever. Then like you could still go home, you know? I think my next nonfiction will be The Undercurrents by Christy Bell. I have not heard of that one either. Actually, I mean, it's probably Kirsty Bell, not Christy. I misread. Oh, wait, I have heard of this one. I think I'm more of a visual person than I am a word person. Like, when people say the names of books that I definitely like have looked into, and it just means nothing to me, but then I see the book cover and I'm like, oh no, yeah. Like I have thought a lot about like potentially reading this book. In fact, this is probably already on my my Storygraph TBR. My problem with camping is not getting on the ground but getting back up. Fair. I mean, definitely use it because the first time I went backpacking, I did not use a sleep pad, which is insane to me now because I absolutely could not. To be fair, I was like 18 years old at the time, but like I don't know how people do that. But a good sleeping pad will change everything. I promise. And actually Curtis is trying out this time, part of his camp setup that he's trying out is these like tents that are they're like hammock tents. So they're a hammock that they hang, but they have a flat bottom. So that you still don't feel like you're like hunched like you would like regularly in a hammock, and then it like covers and everything. So that's what he's going to be trying. He got one of those and he's very excited about it because he has like a harder time sleeping than I do. I saw John Green recently too. Nice. And my second time, it was supposed to be Tommy Orange, but John subbed for him. It is kind of hilarious that they both have last names that are a color. They just like were like, let me just slide in John Green. Okay, I'm sad that you weren't able to see Tommy Orange because that would be really cool. But it is awesome that you got to see John Green. I'm going to assume this is in response to Sarah not having gone camping. We went glamping 2 years ago with real beds, hot water, and an indoor bathroom. Totally cheating, but we pretended we were being adventurous. I still think it's adventurous. It's still different than like going to stay at a hotel. I've never been glamping, but it seems like a lot of fun. We need to hike the coast or something by you. Oh, that would be so fun. Yes, I second this. Sarah, you need to do this now. Okay, let's do another reading sprint. And by reading sprint, I mean editing sprint for me. And hopefully I'll make more progress. What percentage do I think I'm done with this? I did most of the initial edit, but I would still say I might be half done with this. Maybe. That's what I'm going to say. But yeah, let's get started. Another 40 minutes. Happy reading. should have moved my mic before I unmuted. Hi. Okay, we're back. That went by so quickly, actually, which is probably a good sign, but I don't know. It feels like a bad sign because this is taking 5 million times longer than I thought it was going to take. But it's good that I'm doing it and like I actually know how long it's going to take. And that it is kind of fun to do because I'm using a lot more visuals than I usually use. So I'm using Canva a lot, which is fun. But it is making everything take longer. But hopefully, like once I get past the beginning part where I need to make all the visuals for it, and it's just like little tweaks to that from then on in the video. Up to the last few chapters of Great Big Beautiful Life by Emily Henry. It's the best book she has written. So many layers revealed. Nice. Oh, that's really great. Yeah, I'm excited to read this one because I've heard that it's a little bit less like commercially romance than her others, and that it maybe even borders on like not nonfiction, literary fiction more than anything else that she's written. So yeah, I need to read it and see where it falls in my rankings, my Emily Henry rankings. I'm back from eating my pizza. I'd rather stay in a caravan or camper than in a tent, to be fair. That makes sense. The times I've slept in a tent were awful and cold. Yeah, if you don't have like the right temperature-wise things for camping, that can really ruin an experience. Spent that one moving my recent reads from Goodreads to Storygraph. Should probably just switch to Storygraph fully, but my grandma's on Goodreads, so I can't leave it. Fair. I feel like that's the main reason people stay on Goodreads is like these certain people are still on it. I just completely abandoned all my friends on Goodreads and went to Storygraph, but I didn't have any family members on it, so I feel like that's okay. But also I wasn't really using Goodreads at the time for like friend stuff, and actually I'm now just starting to pay more attention on Storygraph to like the people you're friends with gave this book, you know, whatever rating if you like actually click on a specific book, which I do really like. Got in another 40-ish pages. The bombshell has a lot of action. Nice. Oh, okay. Zuko just left me. He heard noise in the kitchen and he does not have any idea what time it is because he's very wrong. Ooh, okay. I'm really wanting to read this. You're making me really want to read this. Oh yeah, that's right. You're reading Gilead for book club, but not really into it. I'm not in the mood for something this literary and contemplative. Yeah, I have not been in a literary fiction mood at all lately. I'm trying to think if I've read any literary fiction recently. Hamnet, I guess, but that went well. I think I'm gonna read. I don't know if I'm gonna do a TBR video, by the way, for June, just because I felt like I barely read any of my May TBR, and so to make another TBR that's a lot of the same books feels wrong. Although I do have quite a few different books that I want to read, so I don't know, maybe, but probably not. I should really just focus on editing the videos that I've already filmed instead of filming more videos. But I think I'm going to be reading Martyr in June. So that's literary fiction, right? And then I think that's all I've got in that camp. But it's probably good. We should be chilling on literary fiction so that we're ready when Booker comes around. That's what I'm saying in my head anyway. I want to edit my video, but it's still uploading from my phone to Google Photos. Oh, that's the worst. That is the worst. But good on you for wanting to like edit as soon as you finish filming. I filmed something and I'm like, I've done it. I've made the thing. And then like 2 days later, I'm like, I should really think about editing that, huh? I feel that about Goodreads too. I still prefer Storygraph, for sure, over Goodreads, but my sister likes the Kindle integrations. Yeah, I think when you're on Kindle, it's easier to stick with Goodreads. I did switch over while I was still on my Kindle, but even then, I don't know, I felt really weird about like at the time, which my opinion has totally changed on this, but I felt weird about like it having the percentage that I'd read in a book on Goodreads. So I always told it to like not track that when Kindle would ask if like it wanted me to update the Goodreads. I have no idea why I thought that was weird because now I do that physically, like on Storygraph. And I actually really like it because there's something about entering the page count from if you're reading like a physical book and being like, oh, I'm that percent in. And then I typically do it for the Kobo or like an audiobook as well and just like use the percentages, but not as much as because I already know what percent in I am. So it's not as big of a deal. But I also really like seeing the people I follow, like which books that they're actively reading and like seeing them go up in percentage. Like that still gives me like this like dopamine hit for some reason, even though it's not me reading it. So I like seeing it when other people do it. I don't know why I ever had that opinion. Getting closer to finishing Fear of Flying. It's very sassy, and explicit, but unfortunately also full of body shaming. Oh, that's right. I remember you talking about this, and very racist. I know it's of its time, but it's still a shame. Yeah, it always stinks, you know. Sometimes I wish I could just like take older authors and just like put them in our current time and like having grown up with like current things in the hopes that they would just be like a better, I guess like a better person that would write better stuff. But yeah, I get it. The reason I'm still on Goodreads is that I'm the mod of a pretty big Dutch book club on there. Yeah, then that makes sense. I'm with the author of Martyr 2x2. Wow. That's awesome. Look at you. I felt really proud of myself because I met 2 authors over like the past 2 months, and it was just John Green and well, I don't know if I can say I met him. I didn't do like the book signing or anything, so I just kind of pieced out afterwards. But I did do it for Stephen Graham Jones, and actually he just did a talk with somebody. Who was that with? It was a book that I hadn't read yet. But he interviewed some. Oh, was it? No, I don't know. Was it Joe Abercrombie? I think it might have been Joe Abercrombie. For The Devils coming out, which I have an arc of, and now I don't know if I should read it. I don't know. But I think he already did the talk with him at some time this month. And I thought about going, but I was like, I really would just be going to see Stephen Graham Jones again. He is so cool. He is like the coolest person I've ever seen. Oh yes, I do that normally. You just inspire me with your editing. Oh, okay. Yeah, you know, whenever I join one of these streams and like the person is editing instead of reading, I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, I could edit. I could do that. Yay, I switched to a Kobo recently. Not sure if I can get the notes on Storygraph somehow though. Yeah, I don't think that you can. I don't think that you can. But I don't know for sure. I have Kobo now, but use Kindle for NetGalley because it's easier, especially now, especially after the change they just made. So there's no way to use right now your Kobo with NetGalley. If you haven't like already downloaded haven't had already downloaded the book off NetGalley, they made a change like a couple weeks ago that where you just can't, which they're working on. So, you know, hopefully soon. I haven't heard anything. Actually, I haven't been looking at. Usually I look at their Instagram every once in a while to see if because that's where they updated last time. Oh, see, I'm getting is this important? Are you sure you want to look at Instagram? Because it's technically a Monday. Okay, hello. There's a bird out there. I hope you can hear his meowing. What am I looking up? Kobo. Yeah, it's like my recent searched in here. I don't see anything. Yeah, I still don't see anything about them in NetGalley. So hopefully soon. Because I don't want to read books on my phone. I don't have my Kindle anymore. The whole reason why I got a new e-reader was because my Kindle got washed. I'm not going to blame anybody, but it wasn't my fault. But so then I was like, okay, let me like actually look into the other options, and then decided to go for Kobo. I'm going to the UK soon for 2 weeks, and I'm trying to decide to edit along the way or be totally present at night and then be overwhelmed when I get back. That is the real struggle. I brought my Mac with me to San Diego when I just went there, thinking that I would like have time to edit for some reason, but I didn't edit a thing. I didn't read anything hardly at all. Which was good. Like it was good to be present for that one. It wasn't like I wasn't traveling for happy reasons. But I did get to see all my family, and so that was really nice. And more like focusing on that time, I think was probably better for that trip. But I don't know, sometimes some trips like that I go on, I do get editing done. And like it's kind of nice to have that. Like it's kind of nice to almost have like a home thing somewhere else, but also I'd rather that be reading if I can. But I'm almost never put together enough to like edit a bunch before I go on trips. That should really be my goal. Now I have another trip coming up very soon. Oh my gosh, very soon. Oh, I just got stressed. I haven't bought those tickets yet. But I'm going to Arizona for a much more fun family thing with the other side of the family. I track like crazy on Storygraph too. It's so fun. Travel vlogs are a great way to hold on to memories. Yes. I'm so glad I filmed my trip to Indonesia and Thailand. And even my trip to the UK and like going to Booker and everything, like and seeing the shortlist announcement. That was so cool. And I do every once in a while look back on those just to like relive it. And even though like in the moment I felt like, oh, I'm not doing a good job filming, like this isn't great. I don't know. Now in retrospect, I feel like that was more for me than it was for anybody else. Like I'm happy that other people enjoyed those videos. Like they didn't do super well, but I'm happy for the people that did enjoy them. But like for me, oh, I'm so happy I did it. I've met 126, but have a bunch of author events lined up for my UK trip. Are you saying you met 126 authors? That can't be right. Is that right? And are you keeping track? My dinner's ready, so I have to run, but I will watch the rest later if you do more sprints. Yes, we will be doing at least one more sprint, maybe even two. I'm doing a great job. But enjoy your dinner. Yes, Stephen Graham Jones. So cool to meet. I got an email from Nick Elliott that said Kobo reading was available. Yay. Oh my gosh. That's great news. Oh, bye, Rachel. Thank you for joining us. My Kindle is so old. I'm planning to get a Kobo this fall. Yes, it's a great change. I keep wanting to reach for it. It's not here. It's in the bedroom. Oh, I DNF'd Martyr. I like the writing, but I was a bit too disjointed. I can't speak for me, and a bit too detailed in unnecessary places. Debut disease. I don't blame the authors for it, but the lack of editing. Yeah. I get that. Yeah, I'll post the videos, but they're for me. That's how I'm starting to come to think of them. And sometimes even like regular reading vlogs. I'm like, is this more for me? Because I'm having a great time. Although the one I'm editing right now, it's kind of a reading vlog. It's like a mix. I'm trying a new editing style. But it's like a mix between like a sit down and a reading vlog. That I think is slightly more entertaining. I don't know. It came from inspiration from like a lot of different YouTubers, and then it's become its own thing, which hopefully works out well. 126 authors. You have a list. Wow, that is impressive. No worries. I figured it out. Okay, let's do another 40 minutes. Okay. Oh, half of me wants to go and edit the other video. The problem with that is the other video, when I finish editing it, it still has to go off to get approved because it's got an ad in it. So like finishing it, it doesn't feel as exciting because then I still have like to wait a week before I can actually post it. I mean, unless they like review it right away. Whereas this one I really want to post sooner rather than later, because it's already getting old. The footage is getting old. Okay, no, I'm gonna stick with this one. Also, I am having fun in Canva, so I feel like that works. All right. Anyways, another 40 minutes. Let's go. Okay. Another sprint done. I was just remembering that yesterday I was saying, like, if I do sprints tomorrow, I'm not going to do more than 3. But these have been just like flying by. I feel like they go even faster than the reading ones. Which maybe is because I'm always starting a book in these sprints because I'm doing TBR spin or I'm reading Infinite Jest. Maybe they would fly more if I was like fully already immersed in a book before it got started. But I'm making zero progress. No, I'm making progress. It just feels like I'm making zero progress because like between where I last was and where I am now, I think I was at like 6 minutes into the video and now I'm at like 6 minutes 30 seconds into the video. But this was like a lot of different things. And I think I finally finished. No, there'll be one more thing I have to make in Canva later for the video, like later on into the video. But other than that, I finished all of the like visuals that I need to make. So getting there. Okay, just dropped my daughter off for a play date. My husband is biking. The house is quiet. And Rain with Sarah on my screen for the second time this weekend. Yes, perfect holiday. That does sound great. You know, when I put on, I haven't done it very many times, but every once in a while I'll put on like a reading sprints on my TV, and that'll feel like the height of luxury to me. Usually I'm like here and I'm using my monitor and I'm usually like sitting on my bed back there, but now reading Wolf at the Table. Really good so far. Another one I have to look up. By Adam Rapp. The corrections mates, we need to talk about Kevin. Oh, multi-generational saga about a family harboring a serial killer in their midst. Oh, that sounds good. Okay, fun. I'm glad you're liking it. Yay, just finished Great Big Beautiful Life. Really enjoyed her change of direction and look forward to see how her writing develops further. Yeah, I hope she continues down this path. I mean, not that I've read it yet, but I love seeing the evolution of authors. I think it's like the most fascinating thing. That was like, I feel like Frederick Bachman has a clear evolution. I feel like Ruth Ware has a clear evolution. And just like any author where you can like really see, oh, you know who has a real big evolution is Taylor Jenkins Reid. Huge. Like, but I feel like it really works for what she was making and like what she's making now. I really like it personally. But yeah, I kind of hope to see her continue to like try out this like new avenue for her. It was just what I needed this weekend to rest after work. Yeah, that does seem like a really good break. Yay, you persuaded me. Just started The Will of the Many for my week off work focus book. Thank you. Yay. Oh, I'm so glad. I can't wait to see what you think. I do. A lot of people do say like it starts slower, but I don't know. I think the pacing always felt right for me. I think really the main thing is that it talks so much about something that doesn't happen or that doesn't start for 200 pages into the book in the synopsis. So like, just know that doesn't happen, like that doesn't actually get started for a while, but you know about it like very early on. And I still really liked the beginning. I think the pacing was fine like during that. I don't think it didn't feel slow to me, but if you're expecting, like if you're waiting for what was said in the synopsis to happen, then it might feel slow. And that's where I think that criticism's coming from. But I had a great time the whole time. Well, I still have like 100 and something pages left, but so far. Just finished my April book. Wow, look at you. And now I'm ready for May. Let's find out if I can finally catch up in June. I mean, it is May currently. So you are getting to read your May book in May. I feel like that's a win right there. And then you have all of June. You have all of June for June. Oh, yes, thank you, Amelia. Always a good reminder. I love that you remind me. Yes, everybody don't forget to give the sprint a like. I've been loving having these, and I like that. I think they're like a part of me was like, oh, I really like having them and I'd like to have more, but I don't know like how often, because it's usually like the same couple of people that like show up every time. And I was like, I don't know how much they're gonna want to come to like if I start doing more and more of these. But you have been showing up for it, and that's been awesome to see. So yeah, that's great. Got through another 42 pages. Book is getting intense. Oh my gosh. Now I just want to be reading this book with you, Sam. I feel like every time you post a comment about like every time we go through a sprint, it like moves up higher in my like want to read list. This video is actually a great reminder on how much work having a booktube actually is. Have you ever thought about starting a Patreon, Sarah? Yes. Oh my gosh. Okay. I first started thinking more seriously about starting a Patreon, I want to say like a year and a half ago. And I did like a little test run for myself to see if I could keep up with like what I would want to be on the Patreon while also keeping up with my regular content on YouTube at the same time. And I was like, if I can do this for a month of what I was thinking at the time, which I think I was thinking of doing too much, at least at this point for me, since I also have a full-time job. So I like tried that out and I was like, okay, I can't commit to this at this point. I was also still getting my master's degree at the time. So it was too much for me. So I actually had like, technically I have a Patreon, it's just not live. And I had a few videos on there from like way back when to just like test out. And then recently I started thinking about it again and like kind of reimagining what I would want it to look like at this point. But yeah, and I have a list of video ideas that I think would be great for the Patreon. And I think once I've like filmed and uploaded maybe like 2 or 3 of those there, that's when I would open it up so that there's like already content there, like right when you arrive. But yeah, I have thought about it, and I've thought even about like maybe like that's where the Booker sprints would live, and we would just do them more often than other sprints and things like that. So I'm thinking about it. Technically, it exists, but it's gone through many like iterations just without ever being live or anybody ever being able to see it. Because I really want it to be like a good positive experience for people. And yeah, something that's like super worth supporting. But that would be, yeah, that's the dream. I haven't read The Will of the Many synopsis. Perfect. Oh, I just hit my mic. Sorry about that. Wanted to go in without expectations. Oh, Waterstone Special Edition. Is the sequel coming out in November? Yes. It's the something of the few. It's the will of the many and the strength of the few. I have to look this up now. The strength of the few. Yes, I was right. Also, now I want to see what the Waterstones edition looks like. Ooh, that's pretty. That is very pretty. Oh, I'm jealous. There was only one copy. Actually, I got The Will of the Many the same day that I got my Boulder Bookstore shirt that I'm wearing. There was only one copy left, and the dust jacket was a little messed up. But I bought it anyways for so much money. Very expensive book. But you know what? Worth it. I'm very excited about it. But now, yeah, I wouldn't mind having like a beautiful copy of this. Oh, I'm loving it already. And I do really want to read his other trilogy, because he had a trilogy that he fully finished before this that I had like seen a little bit about. Like the cover was recognizable to me, but I hadn't really like heard about. But now I do want to read it. I love community sprinting. I read a lot on Sundays, so the timing of your sprints has been excellent for me. Yeah, you know, I feel like it was kind of random me picking it. Like I wanted it to be on the weekend because I wanted to be able to hopefully catch as many time zones as possible without needing to worry about like when people were working. Which like if I did it at night, or if I did it in the morning, no, well, I couldn't. I'd have to do it at night, like during my work week, which I feel like would run into when people are either sleeping or working in like across the time zones that I really wanted to try it for. But yeah, so I ended up picking Sunday mornings, and I just like haven't switched from that. Which it might get a little funky during the summer, just because there's more morning weekend activities. But for the most part, I plan on sticking to the Sunday mornings because I really like it too. It's a very good start to my week, or like to get me reset to the week. I'm actually thinking about starting a Patreon to start my own book club. Oh, nice. Oh, that would be fun. But since I don't have a BookTube channel, I don't know if anyone would actually be interested. I would be interested. I think that would be a lot of fun. But especially because you have the Instagram to like at least post about it and like let people know that that it would exist. But yeah, it might be worth at least trying. And I do like because I like going to like the larger book clubs for booktubers, but sometimes they're just a lot. Like there's a lot of people there, so it's hard to like actually be able to talk, which is great, and I'm so happy for them that they have that. But because I do the Literally Dead book club, and there's so many comments, it's so fast. Like I like reading them and then also watching, and like I can't I can't do both in that one because there's just so many people commenting. But I know that Books and Lala has like her own, or I'm pretty sure she has her own book club for just members. But right now I'm only in 2 Patreons, which is Win from Literary Diversions, obviously. And I'm also in Gavin's, from Gavin Reads It All, because I really like his sprints. I mostly joined for the sprints. But I believe he also does a book club. I just have not I have not partaken yet. But yeah, I finally joined Wins because I wanted to do the T Kingfishers series that she's doing as her book club right now. And then she also does reading sprints, so it's great. But the unfortunate thing is that they always happen during my work hours because it's in the UK. They both live in the UK. Win lives in Scotland, I think, and then I think Gavin's somewhere in England, maybe. But I use them still while I'm working, and I just do work stuff during it. But if you do end up trying, definitely post it in like a comment on one of these live streams, because I'm sure you'd get a few people here. Okay. Let's do another sprint. Do I want this to be the last sprint? I feel like I should. It's getting close to lunchtime. My brain is starting to go a little bit while I edit. Okay, this will be the last sprint for today. And we didn't talk about yesterday, like what sprints I'll have coming up. Let's look at those. I like to do that before our last sprint, just in case people sneak out early. So next week I might do an Infinite Jest one, reading sprints. Yeah, because then the following week I'm going to be in Arizona. I think that sounds good. But the next TBR spin sprint would be, I don't want to do the 29th because that's like right before the end of the month. So it would be the 22nd. So Sunday, the 22nd of June, most likely. Yeah, actually, no, I do want to stick to when the TBR sprints happen. It's the other ones where I don't know for sure if it'll be on the Sunday or not until we get a little closer and I know the weather, so that I know what my friends and I are doing if we're going paddleboarding or anything, which is very weather dependent. But I feel pretty okay about saying the first because most of those friends are traveling anyway. So I love being part of international book clubs because it is adding so much to the conversation. Yes. Yeah. It really helps like having, because I feel like there's a lot of books that get publicized more in other countries. So even if it's like 2 English speaking, like main English speaking countries, even then there's differences. So then when you add in like more countries outside of that, there's just so much more to hear about and so many more books to find out about. which is great. Okay, last sprint. We'll go ahead and get started. Okay, I got distracted and I did not realize that the timing had stopped, but I don't think I messed up by too much because I had looked and there was like a minute left. Not that long ago. Okay. I made it almost 11 minutes into this video. I think I talk about 5 books total, and I'm almost done with the editing for the second book. Because again, this is like half reading vlog, half sit down video. Okay. But I'm happy with that. And it's hardest like doing the first part because you're like establishing the style that the video is going to be in. And then after that, it's like, okay, I just need to like rinse and repeat. So I'm happy that I feel like I know more like exactly what it's going to take to finish the editing for this video. I feel like that's good. Also, Marcella made it. Hi, Marcella. I'm glad you made it. We're able to do a sprint with us. I started Gods Without Men, almost 400 pages and a tiny font. I hate that. Yeah. Font size really messes with my brain. Honestly, font size alone can send me into a reading slump. That is such a sad thing to admit. But I think like not feeling like I'm making progress makes me not want to try. That's something I need to get over personally. Okay. Oh, good. My mom just texted me during that and was like, "Hey, did you get your plane tickets for Arizona?" And which I literally had just said that I hadn't on this stream. But she hasn't either, so we're fine. But yeah, I gotta buy those today. Oh, ow. Okay. Sam, got about 50 pages left in my books. Nice. So close. I might do some sprints on my channel later this week. Not sure what day yet, though. Yeah, I just turned on notifications for your channel, Marcella, because I feel like YouTube never sends me that. So hopefully now I will be able to know about your streams while they're happening. But that would be great because I think I just need to go to more of these, and maybe that'll help me get my editing done. Although I'm feeling better set up now to work on this, hopefully do a little bit more of this today. I don't think I'll finish it today, unfortunately. That was my like pie in the sky dream. But also I really, really want to finish this book. Ugh, too many things I want to do. And also we're in season 5 now of The Expanse. So we're getting close to the end. There's 6 seasons of it total. So there's that. But this was really great. I have the most irregular schedule, so YouTube is probably just confused about me. You know what? Fair. I feel like I had a regular schedule, and then I just wanted to stream more. So now it's just becoming irregular. Oh, nice! You have a holiday on Thursday. Oh, that's good. I know. When's the next? I think Juneteenth is our next holiday, which is June 19th. But also I have like a full week off of work, which most of the time I'll be in Arizona, but I think like 2 of the days I'll be back already. And then I think we're also going to go camping then, maybe. So I've got more break times coming up, which is good because I had been doing a lot of not taking time off of work for a while there until earlier this month. Oh, nice. Holiday to Thursday. Wow. Or maybe a holiday as well on Thursday. Anyways. But if the weather's nice, I might go away for the day. Yeah, that sounds great. Curtis and I were watching a YouTube video about micro adventures the other day, which is kind of funny because we've been talking about like doing these like random tiny camping trips that are just like literally a night, and very close to home and everything. But I don't know, the video made me even more like want to do it. And it's not just like camping or like hiking or things like that, but it's like anything that's just like a little bit different and maybe like going into a different town and like exploring some or whatever. And I really like the idea of that because I feel like when there's not an event happening, I'm less likely to like go and do things. And so I'd like to, yeah, like implement that a little bit more. I think that that would be a lot of fun. Okay, but thank you so much for hanging out with me today, 2 days in a row. This is a lot of fun. I'll probably be streaming next weekend as well, likely on the Sunday, but I'll schedule closer to when I know for sure. But other than that, I hope you all have a great rest of your day and a great week. Bye.